With Greg recently, it's been terrible.
Huh.
Um, like
I wonder if
just just bad. And last night was like our final session of
yeah.
Icewind, and uh, there was just like a few spots where he cut out in a bad time. But I was watching to make sure that like no period of time went unrecorded, like happened in the Arl fight. Uh, the whole like dramatic reveal of Arl waiting for the party at the top of the tower, like totally not recorded. It was,
You hear that, Craig? Get your shit together.
yeah, yeah. I want Giark back.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Welcome in, everyone. I know we've covered it, but I'm glad everyone is here. Glad everyone is doing well. Uh, I think rather than do a recap, uh, rather than one of you doing a recap for inspiration, I will go ahead and do it, and then sort of like we did the one other time, we will check in with everybody. There have been some fairly major events in the campaign, so we will check in with everyone. Since making it to thither, you have encountered Nib in his cave, spinning his ill-gotten gold into magic items that he passed on to you, and indicated that he passes on to any of the visitors here. He directed you when you uh, brought up the posters of a certain Will of the Wild. He directed you towards a group of children calling themselves the Getaway Gang, where they hang out together in a treant hiding place, a treant tree house, as it were, named Little Oak, who carries them all over the shard of Prismeer known as Thither to keep them a step away from Granny Nightshade, the hag that at the time was ruling the shard of Thither. The grandiose forests of Thither, still uncorrupted in the manner that Bavlorna corrupted Hither, the forests were still largely intact, except around Granny Nightshade's lair, home at Loomlurch, a fallen oak from which sprouted three new oak trees around which towers had been built. The area around Loomlurch itself had suffered significant damage, significant deforestation that has fed the industry of Granny Nightshade's toy shop. Prior to making your way to Loomlurch, however, and after meeting the Getaway Gang, you had an encounter with a unicorn in a magically protected, calmed lake known as the Wayward Pool, where Lamorna indicated that her former mate, Eladon, another unicorn, had been slain, or well, had been captured, not slain, and his horn taken and used in some sort of ritual that was at the root of the magic that caused the domain of Prismeer to split into hither, thither, and yon. She implored you that should you find Eladon, if you are able to rescue him and return him to the Wayward Pool, his horn is the secret, uh, not really secret, is the catalyst, as it were, for being able to undo whatever it is that has been done to Zabilna. And you have learned either since or before that it seems the occupants of the palace, Zabilna's palace, have been frozen. And that is why the hags are or were able to divide the realm of Prismeer into their own kingdoms. You made your way through the forests, having encounters with a half orc assassin who indicated that, in addition to the machinations of the Coven of Hags, a group calling themselves the League had come to Prismeer chasing a group of adventurers who had come to entreat with Zybilna herself. There is something that one of the adventuring one of the adventurers, a wizard uh, in white robes with a huge red collar, um, something he has drawn the attention of Kellic, the wizard and member of the League. You met with a dryad whose tree, having been completely felled, and her sister's trees having been poisoned and blighted, were beginning to succumb to the madness that a dryad experiences when their tree is gone. You received a small token, a set of sycamore seeds from her in from the dryad in exchange for the promise of assisting all of thither with the hag Scabatha Nightshade, which you did when you made your way through to the goblin market, meeting a strange little goblin with a toffee apple for a head. Chucklehead the goblin, whose life changed when a worm began devouring his head from inside, which somehow awoken some sort of conscience, some sort of morality within Chucklehead, who took you to meet Scabatha at your request and requested that if you could to keep an eye out for a young child named Mishka, who with whom he had uh, of whom I should say he had become fond, protective. You met with Scabatha, who revealed that she had been spying on all of you through an object that Hemlock had picked up in Bavlorna's cottage, a wooden eye which had been her prosthetic for a time. And she knew that you were coming. She knew that you had slain Bavlorna and had intentions of doing the same. And despite her best efforts, despite an ambush of armchair mimics, and even her own considerable power, Scabatha Nightshade was slain. Following which, making your way into the workshop where the children labored over workbenches under the excuse me hiccups under the somewhat cruel gaze of a group of boggles who uh, didn't really serve Nightshade, but had been drawn there by the unhappiness of the children of Scabatha's workshops. The children here, a young drow boy named a young drow boy named Null, a small halfling child named Philomena, and a small human girl named Sung. Uh, Realizing that Granny Nightshade has been slain, begged you to help them rescue the other children from Granny Nightshade's other lieutenants, so to speak, her other overseers. They mentioned a pincushion, someone named Pincushion, who you have not met. Um, and then before opening the door, uh, suddenly became concerned about the soldiers on the other side and indicated that uh, perhaps Banner, you especially, might have some sway over them, given that you uh, share an appearance. All of this is while the getaway gang enacted their plan, of which you were a part, to rescue the children on their own by having you distract Granny Nightshade. The three youngest children would sneak into the gardens to alert the scarecrows, which would draw some of the soldiers away. And Will himself, the daring leader of the getaway gang, would break in through the kitchen and make his way to some of the children on the far side of the compound of. And so we find ourselves with the young drow boy Null standing near the door to what you know is one of the towers of Loomlurch. You know this from the rough sketch, the rough map that Will provided for his daring rescue plan. The scarecrows have sounded. You have heard a number of stomping feet and doors being thrown open and slammed shut. Null has both Philomena and Sung in hand, and the young Philomena, the little halfling girl, has already begged that you would be able to rescue her beloved piglet Oink, who is kept out in the gardens. It has been a journey. We will check in first, I think, with Arlen. You were able to rescue. You were able to not rescue, uh, break the restraints because of your stories and your escape. You pulled both yourself and Hemlock out of the grip of the mimic chairs. How is Arlen handling seeing the number of children, many not much younger than himself, in their situation here in Loomlurch?
Ooh. Arlen is very concerned about getting these kids somewhere safe, but he feels confident knowing that Bavlorna or uh, Nightshade is no more. Scabatha, not Bavlorna. He is very forefront in his mind is finding his missing foot. He's very much believes that it is here somewhere.
The constant ticking noise that you have heard since, or that you had heard since arriving in Thither, has, if not ceased, it has quieted to such a point that you can ignore it completely now. There is still sort of a pull on you that says absolutely that the thing that was taken from you is here somewhere. Hemlock. The gift that Nib gave you, an amulet to protect you from the scrying um, that your very wealthy and very magic adept family would almost certainly be searching for you with. That was a weird sentence. Um, how is Hemlock doing, having, despite that, uh, um, despite that gift, well, prior to that gift, a solid amount of the preparation that Nightshade had was inadvertently the result of picking up what seemed to be a simple prosthetic eye. How is Hemlock holding up here?
Um, I think that he is mostly focused on the fact that there have been children in danger. It does not appear that they are anymore, and has a hunch that that Nightshade's henchmen are maybe nothing to fear, but that the soldiers that we might be coming across might have some form of weird telling connection between like with Banner, and even possibly Harold, and he's sort of on guard for any um magical chicanery, I suppose. Worried about what is behind every door, basically, which is not terribly different than how he usually is, but like even though our biggest threat is gone, um uh there might just be like emotional burden and exhaustion awaiting everyone.
And certainly with the adrenaline truly fading from you after the battle with Nightshade and the realization that this room that you broke broke through the door to enter, having no immediate threat, there is certainly that sort of settling exhaustion as the adrenaline leaves. Speaking a little bit of adrenaline, Court, you have you have your wings back. The reason, the one of at least the main reasons that drew you here to Prismere, returned to you in Bavlorna's cottage. You have you have continued your trek through Prismere to assist your friends. How how is Court with as it becomes clear that many of the individuals who went missing from the Witchlight Carnival, where you have made your home for so long, that many of them may have found their way through the same mirror that you stepped through to arrive here in Prismere. Some of those who never came back through the mirror might still be here in Prismere. How is how is Court? Um how is that realization that many of Court's friends may still be trapped here in Prismere, although you have gone through several of you have gone through two of the three shards of Prismere that you're aware of, without seeing a one of them.
Um, well, I think for the most part, Court is kind of like one thing at a time in his brain. So a lot of it has been just like preoccupied with the task at hand and getting his wings back and the joy from that. Um, but I do, but yeah, I think also like he's like hopeful, and he occasionally is kind of thinking of like the way to get back home and how they're gonna get back home, and he's thinking of the future at the carnival and potentially seeing his friends again, um, of Gleam and Glister especially. Um, but also very distracted by kids. There's kids he wants to help, and he really focused on that, and, yeah, wants to find Mishka and he's I think he's a one thought at a time kind of dude. He's got a small brain.
And certainly there is still plenty of the plan here left in Loomlurch uh, to focus on. You have not, you all have not found Will yet. You are not even certain of the fate um, of Sloane and Bobby and Zenner, who ran distraction to alert the scarecrows and whatever made the thumping noises that chased after them. Which brings us to Banner. For a long time, Banner has wandered with, prior to this group, Banner wandered with Harold, and it is Harold's disappearance that has drawn you in here to Prismere. You have seen hints, indications every now and again that Harold has made his way through many of the places that you yourself have followed, have followed the path upon, or followed upon the path. There we go. Whether it was the button found in Bavlorna's cottage, or the brief bit of conversation with Skabatha where she indicated that not only had she spoken with you, I'm sorry, with Harold, but she also gave an indication that she recognized, if not you specifically, things like you. Uh, and with the revelation from Null that many of the soldiers in the nearby dormitories might. Oh, okay. Craig has unexpectedly disconnected, so we're just going to boot him and we're just going to pick Craig. All right.
All at him once again.
Nope. No, yep. All, yeah. Oh, yes, yes. It is. It is all on Adam once again. um. Uh, the it has been some time since Banner has even heard about uh, someone like himself, someone from his past. How is Banner reacting to the idea that not only is has Harold been here fairly recently, there is potentially someone or something like Banner here? the large oak door by which Nall stands, banded with uh, with steel and a heavy door handle, which seems to be unlocked. Nall stands there somewhat both nervously and expectantly, as though waiting for your signal, waiting for your sign. The workshop itself is still cluttered with bits of incomplete toys and many other completed toys which line the two large storefront windows from which the light set into the shelves pours out over the market where not that long ago you all bought uh, various kinds of sweets and candies. The machinations of the Boggles, who, now that you have an idea of what is going on, they're sort of simple pranks intended to unnerve or perhaps or terrify you, suddenly seem absolutely unimportant. Whether the dolls suddenly or slowly turn to face you, or uh, change positions when you look away for just a moment, none of that seems to matter. The For the first time, especially since your arrival in Loomlurch, especially, but uh, really anywhere, this room is well lit, um, and a, a a stove on the far side actually keeps the room comfortably warm, and almost seemingly for the first time, definitely Loomlurch, if not Prismeer entirely, uh, a building and a room has almost a level of comfort now that the threat of the hag who controlled this shard is lifted. Um, the the sound of the thumping feet from the garden can be heard, um, uh, 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 moving away. You can hear that through the door that you know vaguely from the map leads to the garden, presumably where Philomena's dear Oink is kept. Um, Peering around the door from to the sitting room where the remains of Scabatha Nightshade already have begun to cool. You can see both your guide in Clapperclaw the Scarecrow with his gourd for a head and his metal crab claws, and on the other side of the door, the toffee apple head of Chucklehead the Goblin, who s- somehow, even with the carved face into his head, which you know cannot move, somehow it seems to express far more shock than it did not that long ago when he was telling you about the worm in his head. Everybody take a point of inspiration. How would you like to proceed?
Um, I think last time we talked about checking out, like trying to get the pig first so that we could get the pig to the kid, and then that's off our plate. Uh, or are we dying to know about the toy soldiers and that cannot wait?
I think rescuing this pig and calming this child down sounds like a good first step.
Okay. I also don't know what this shield on me is supposed to mean on my token.
I don't. Is that your form of dread?
Um,
Because you use that in the fight with.
I did, but that only ever lasts a minute, so I don't usually use a token because so far we've not had a set combat that's lasted that long.
It was one of Arlen's stories,
Oh,
right? Didn't Arlen
Yes.
Tale of the Traveler?
Tale of the Traveler. So you should have like a +1 to AC and some extra temp hit points.
oh no, I think because we learned you can only have one of those going at a time, I don't think I have.
No, and
that.
I can only have one going at a time, and it's the one that's on you. It meant that I don't have it anymore.
Okay.
You all, just to be clear, since you reach level 7 at the end of your encounter with Skabatha, you should have all your resources, barring magic item charges, all of that jazz. Same as always. Spell slots and all of that should be recharged, though.
Okay. I think Pig was out this way, so I think I'm just gonna open that door.
The key from Skabatha opens the door, and I need to get that door script that you've got.
Yeah, no worries. I can walk you through that.
It's probably there's not. Well, it might be. Anyway, the door does open silently. The remember that here in Loomlurch, somehow the sky, despite having the same twilight appearance, the light doesn't seem to quite make it as far here, and so things seem almost like a late evening. But you can still see out over the garden a number of raised wooden garden beds contain a number of a number of strange plants and mushrooms. You can see, especially hemlock, the a number of a pair rather of livestock pens, one containing a number of goats and the other containing a number of pigs. Not far from both of those, there is the unmistakable um, the unmistakable smell of a compost heap, which would be actually, I take that back. That is around the corner. Sorry. Um, even at this distance, it smells very, very awful. There are a number of raised balconies out on the side of the building above you, casting a strange shadow as light pours out of the windows on the upper levels.
Must be terrible for all of you. See wavy lines coming. Alright.
Can we see? Yes. Can I see a little pig from here, or the like walls of the pen too high?
The walls of the pen are certainly high enough that they would hide a little pig. They are a number of wooden posts and a sort of oh god, what is that stuff called? Not wicker. It's like woven reed fence to
Rattan?
keep the animals inside. Thank you, rattan, to keep the animals inside. Um, Yes, actually, Hemlock, as you actually step out and can see around the sort of sprawling roots of Loomlurch, you can see in the distance a large pumpkin patch, as well as the scarecrows, a string, a line rather of 5 scarecrows that their faces, their pumpkins rather, are carved into grotesque, sort of screaming faces. These are presumably the scarecrows, which the young members of the getaway gang um, were going to alert to draw the guards out of Loomlurch itself. The source, oh my goodness, the source of um, the smell is a large, uh, probably 10-foot across pile of rotting things. It's hard to tell at the distance exactly what's in there. There's definitely some plant matter. You can see bits of the pumpkins and other things like that. It is a large pile.
Gross.
Uh, you can make it over to the animal pens with no trouble. Nothing jumps out at you. The footprints are the ground here is soft but not muddy. Even in the garden beds, the dirt is reasonably firm, so you can see that there are areas where clearly a large number of feet have trampled the area. None of them seem excessively large, like no giants or anything like that. Nothing jumps out of the garden beds, which again are full of all kinds of mushrooms and herbs and other things. Peering into that particular pen, you can in fact see 5 large adult-sized pigs, uh, you know, bordering on 4 or 5 feet long and sort of huddled up against the small covered shelter. You can spot a single tiny piglet, a pink-skinned little piglet with a big, darker, not red, but like almost brown spot that runs down the length of one side, which is sort of huddling and, well, cowering really against the back of the shelter.
uh, Court, do you think you
Mhm.
either we could you could fly in and pick it up, or you and I might be able to lift it up magically, perhaps with the two of us?
Oh, uh, no, yeah, absolutely. Should we try to, I don't know, maybe cheer it up a little first?
I don't know how to do that.
Um, is how can I like, are there means to approach? Like,
What do you mean?
like,
I mean, there is a gate to the uh to the to the pen,
mhm.
just normal wooden gate. It's
Okay,
not
so I
it's not
can
locked.
go in. Sorry.
Oh yeah, it's not covered. If you wanted to fly over it, you over the wall, you could very easily.
Okay. Yeah, we can. I'm just gonna try to just, real quick. And I want to go on in there. Um,
Uh, you are able to fly over the wall without issue. The ground of the pig pen has been torn up by their little piggy feet really well. I don't know if you ever like. Well, you. I don't know. The
no, I don't have pig friends.
okay. The the ground is incredibly churned up. There is very clearly, in addition to what you would expect in a pig pen, there is bits of food everywhere. There's no feeding trough, so whatever slop they are fed is just sort of put on the ground for them to rummage through. Um, it smells real bad, and you might not want to step down uh, too hard on the ground. But otherwise, there's just pigs doing pig things.
Just pig doing pig things. So true. Um, now I want to try to approach the little piggy.
You can see the little piglet Oink cowering at the back of the shelter. There's straw on the ground there that is half run into the mud of the ground, and this pig looks like it is in. If it wasn't frozen in fear, it would be running, but it is too afraid to even do that.
I would like to attempt to calm it. Um, mm, in a way. Um, I'm going to like gently hover on up to it and like hold up a gloved hand. Maybe use Druidcraft to produce a colorful flower and like offer out a hand for it to like potentially like near its head, like as if I was going to pet it, but not like pushing my hand towards its head so like it can smell me if it wants, but it's just,
Make an animal handling check with advantage.
yes. Oh, bother.
Uh, Oink does not approach, but also does not run. Uh, it, it seems like no matter what, right now it is simply too frozen in fear to approach or to. Um,
Uh, okay. I'm gonna like give a look to Hemlock, like a thumbs up, and then just try to gently pick it up.
you can do so. Like I said, it is certainly too paralyzed with fear to run um, or to fight back. The other pigs uh, begin to close in, curious as to what is going on in their pen. But you fly, so you can get out of there before anything becomes an issue.
Hmm. I want to pet the piggy as I fly on out of there.
It just sort of shivers.
I put little flowers on its head. And I show it a little like ball, like one of the balls that you juggle, just kind of like, ooh, look at that, just doing that kind of thing, just cooing at the pig. But I have the pig now.
Almost forgot again.
Good work. That seems to be sufficient.
No dice on calming him down, though.
Maybe if we bring him to his owner, she might know something.
Oh, you're right.
I almost forgot another art handout.
Oh,
Mushrooms growing in the
Nice.
garden.
oh
I
my god.
I do not pick any of them.
Not even the prickle noggin?
No.
I'm trying to think of an excuse for Arlen to pick these, but I don't think he would. Tyler wants them.
I
You
think.
go ahead.
You're just saying, well, I think we'll go back inside and bring the pig in.
Mhm. Mhm.
You make it through the doorway into the workshop, and seeing you, and especially seeing Oink, Philomena lets out what can generously be called a shriek of delight. I desperately wanted to use the word squeal, but that is in fact what Oink does, and begins to writhe and wiggle in the same way that a puppy seeing its owner might, and after a moment, it does try to wiggle its way out of your arms,
Oh no, yeah, I let it go.
and the uh, the young halfling and the pig, who is almost the same size as this small halfling child, since this is
Oh.
an 8-year-old halfling.
Mm.
Uh, she just is. Philomena the halfling is just beaming up at all of you, and just thanking you rapid fire over and over before launching into a conversation with Oink, who, of course, does not answer. The dark elf Null looks at all of you with a thankful smile. Um, I well, unless you want to go through one of the 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 landings or the other doors out of the garden, the guards are through here.
Dad, have we asked anyone about the name Mishka yet? Will you remind me? I'm so sorry.
You have not.
Okay, I'd like to ask them about that before we get going. Do you guys know anyone? Name of Mishka kid
They
around here?
share a somewhat uh, dark look for just a moment, and then Null sort of sheepishly looks up. Yeah, Mishka got in a lot of trouble. I mean, she's okay. She's chained up, not chained up, but like she's in the kitchen. She's
Ooh.
working in the kitchen. Not like
No,
she's not like
no,
in the
yeah,
kitchen.
no, yeah. I figured. Just was that on our way or?
It's on the. It's past the guard. It's almost to the other end of Loom Lurch, past the other stairwell too.
I'm sure we'll pass by. We'll pass by. We'll pass by. Looking back at everyone else.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we gotta
Okay.
scour this place head to toe.
Yeah. All right. Thank you guys so much.
You all also remember that the kitchens is where Will was going to um, break into Loom Lurch.
Oh, thank you, Dad.
Pop up my super detailed escape plan map.
Yeah, I
Hell
was
yeah.
about to ask for it.
I remembered the pantry, but I didn't know that that was the same as kitchens. I
Did I
think
say pantry?
that's what's in my notes. It doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
All that matters is that going forward, we all spelled rescue that way.
We ready to keep going?
Yeah, which way do we want to go out?
Experience soldiers without orders for too long. Significant.
Or go order them around?
Please find out what their last orders were.
With a nod to Null, he pulls the door open. The first thing that immediately you notice looking into this room, you don't see any soldiers immediately. What strikes you are 10 brightly painted little houses lining the walls of this room. Um, they look sort of like imagine, yeah, you go to the mall and they have like the get your picture with Santa, and they have the little like the wooden elf, air quotes, elf-sized buildings. That's sort of what this looked like. They are painted in bright colors with fake snow lining the base, and a door set in each one is about 3 feet high, not super tall. Um, Four of the doors are already open, um, on this building and this building, which are sort of like duplex buildings, two sets of doors into the one building. The others are currently closed. On the western wall, a narrow staircase ascends up the building, um, although no light comes down the stairway. The At the base of the stairs is another one of those brightly colored Jack in the Boxes with a number of scenes of children's playing with um, uh, uh, just playing and those sorts of scenes. You This is very similar to the one in which the small green dragon had been nesting. Null peers through the doorway, sees the doors are closed, and says in a very, very quiet, his voice suddenly very quiet, where he was rather boastful before. I guess the soldiers either caught what was in the garden or gave up. You, you can wake them if you want, but you might be able to walk by.
Um, Banner's just gonna sort of slowly walk around the room, and whenever he gets to the first one of these little houses with an open door, he's not going inside, but he's just gonna sort of peer in.
Um, the closest one to the door that you came through is this one, that the door is open, and inside, either of the little two complexes is a there is a strange sort of contraption inside that has a number of moving arms and belts and chains that uh, like bicycle chain, not like 12 gauge chain, um, that would appear to it would appear that they are there to construct or repair something. It's hard to say without the context of something inside it. There is there is nothing that would indicate a living creature. There is no bed. Um, there is no food or clothing, and somewhat oddly, for what you have been told is the barracks of a soldier, there are no weapons. There are no swords or shields, nothing like that. Just fairly sizable leather gloves hung on pegs on the wall, or an odd assortment of metal bits and um, grease pens that seem to have fallen from the machinery to the ground.
How many of these things are open versus closed?
There are 6 that are closed. There are 4 that are open. I'm sorry, there are 7 that are closed. There are 4 that are closed. Wow, Ted, numbers. There are 4 doors that are open and empty. You can see inside these buildings,
Mhm.
and all of the buildings seem to look the same. The remaining 7 are all sealed. Not sealed, closed.
Closed. Gotcha. I will walk back outside to address everybody. Is as he's so just out something. What's in the other 7 barracks, housing units, cots? Quite strange, actually. But those are closed, so there's no way to tell.
I suppose we could try knocking if we're that interested. Did Will say that these tin soldiers don't talk?
He did. He did seem to indicate, well, he was surprised when Banner spoke.
Mm-hmm.
So whether they can or not, at the very least in his dealings with them, they have never spoken.
That's what I thought.
Banner will walk back into the room, I should say, approach the first little housing unit with a closed door.
Right next to the door.
Fantastic. I'll put myself right there. Wrap his hand against the door, but not like he's pleasantly knocking. Wrap it pretty rapidly against the door. Present arms, soldier.
You pound on the door, and within seconds, all 7, excuse me, of the doors fly open.
I liked it better when it was 6, Ted. Suddenly I felt better when it was 6.
From 6 of the doors, and I have shown you all this. I'm still going to pop it up because I love it so much.
Oh yeah.
From 6 of the doors, soldiers, very much resembling Banner, but probably about half the size, march forward, stand just in front of the doors, and then the doors swing shut behind them. They make no noise. Their faces are painted on, and you actually get a glimpse, Banner, as the doors come open, and just before they begin to move, these creatures, which are suspended is not quite the right word, but rather held in the grip of the machinery that you have seen, are set onto, not onto their feet, but rather are set into their boots. Their air quotes pants are then wrapped around their metal frame. Gloves are pulled onto their hands. They are set onto the ground, and the grease paint pens very quickly sketch a face. Uh, each one individual, a different shaped mustache,
Mhm.
different eyes, some with a goatee, others with um, another with not quite a full beard, but like the mutton chops connected to the mustache. Um, each one is drawn an individual face, and they step out in front of their doors. At the same time, from the door closest to the uh, or, I'm sorry, from the building closest to the door, the one immediately to the right of the doorway, this one is a little different. It doesn't have the two-in-one, like the duplex style build that the others have. This one has only a single door, still 3 foot high, and the shape that emerges from this one is a little different. Unlike the others, it is not made from the sort of grayish tin that they are made. It is made from a similar um, a similar dark metal from which you yourself are made. It does not necessarily have the degree of oxidation that you I guess would see in a mirror. um, More peculiarly, this one emerges from its hut with a pair of a a pair of mallets, not like a hammer mallet, but rather like a drum mallet. And as this thing is placed onto the ground outside its door, it unfolds itself and begins to stand upright to a full 6 feet. Oddly enough, the center of this one is a drum, a large bass drum, and the mallets in its arms begin to immediately just bang onto the drum that is its body. And it begins with a marching beat, and all of the soldiers begin to march in place, and it turns its faceless conquistador helmeted head to look at you, and despite having no face, you can tell that there is a sense of surprise. And echoing somewhere deep within the helmet of this form, it uh, it it its arms stop, and its face tilts a little bit to regard you, and it says, "A banner unit. I, I do not remember the last time I saw a banner unit. What are your orders, sir? Where is the general? Where is Nightshade?"
Nightshade is dispatched her. She was terrible leader. Hawkins on well. So we have moved to Vampire.
It looks, I mean, I say looks at you. It has no eyes, but its helmet locks in on your face. Let me push these onto the right later. Really. Um, it it regards you for a moment silently, and after
While that silence is emanating,
Mhm.
I will take a step forward, put a hand out, and try and place it on his shoulder.
Okay.
And it's very, very. I would have presumed you to have learned this lesson. We do not need to answer to generic. We do not need to answer. There's more to life.
Its grip on its little drum mallets tightens. It has that same sort of cocked helmet view of you. We we are we are soldier automatons. This is highly irregular.
Well trained. All men. Better.
They gave me a token for this, and it's just this boring thing that says drum. Um, it it settles its mallets into hooks that are part of its chassis and or not chassis, torso, part of the area above the drum that makes up a large part of its chest. Mhm. I think I need you to clarify this. What, what is it that brought a banner unit to Nightshade? What is it that brought a banner unit to destroy our general as though she was an enemy?
Yeah.
Did you not also serve the general?
There's a general here that you.
Uh,
Other banner units serve.
From context, he's referring to Skabatha when he says the general.
Okay, gotcha. Well, made many friends. Some of them I. And I introduce everybody.
I wave.
One of them has been to here before. A gentleman named Harold. I am here, both looking for Harold and assisting friends in some business that they have here as well. Skabatha stood in the way of all of those endeavors, as well as simply not treating the inhabitants of there very well. So I was pleased to depose her. You were pleased to depose her.
Make a persuasion check.
Great.
Hmm. Well, I think you will find that these soldiers are not quite up to not quite up to snuff. Not quite comparable to. God, what am I doing? They cannot hold a candle to the forces that we fought with before, but We will play this game, and you can tell me how it is that the general brought all of this wrath apparently on herself. I will say that there are another handful of soldiers who are on their patrols. If you can convince me that this is the right thing before they return, then we shall see what we can do.
Well,
Uh,
very well. Look at my friend Arlen over here. And his missing foot, which Gabitha has all but admitted she has taken for no good reason other than her own amusement. Claiming
It's
that
here. It's here somewhere. I can feel it in my bones.
yes, and with her admission, certainly. And it was taken 8 years ago. Arlen was but a child. And you doubt this, I'd just ask you to look around and see how she treats the children here in this compound. Not very well. This is not how a general leads. This is leadership of a coward by intimidation of the young and the
Perhaps, but this is not too different from the Lord Artificer. Back in the day, uh, the the number of Mulharan they brought back to work.
oh friend. No defensive. There's one thing I've learned. Most of those that seek ultimate power are crazy at best and downright mean and loathsome at much better to strike out on your own by minor things. For example, friend, I can't really it so long. You must try one of these. We'll roll up some of his tobacco and hand him a cigarette. It is counterintuitive, but there is still something relaxing about it.
A large leather-handed glove, a leather-gloved hand takes the cigarette as the rainbow-colored smoke seeps from the end. It holds it awkwardly up in its hand, like they are uh, instead of like holding a cigarette like you would with a few fingers, it almost tries to like full fist it and realizes that that is not going to work. Uh, Takes it mirrors your grip and then holds it up to their faceplate, which in the same vein as Banner has no mouth and no ability to breathe.
Yes, it is good, right?
I have to admit, I look pretty cool.
Yes, I mean, everyone says that that is not the case, and it is horrible and gross and stinky habit that
Mhm.
health. but we do. But anyway, so yes, I think it looks cool, and particularly with this Suze tobacco, the colorful rainbow smoke, it is mesmerizing.
With its other hand, they gesture towards the center of the room. This dragon chess again, and then I can. If the general is gone, what have you done with the caps?
You it gets.
Mm, they will have. They will have sprouted in her garden by now.
Yeah. Don't suppose that you are aware of any to stop him from spread?
Mm. It, uh, anytime the general would get angry, that's key. Anytime it stopped, they would sprout. We would have to drive them away from Loomlurch. They cannot. They are too vicious to be guards. They are indiscriminate. They would hurt the children. If she is slain, then there is undoubtedly a large number there. They are born of violence.
I'm looking to the rest of the party. It looks like we must dispatch the red caps that have grown immediately. No problem, and run of Lumnachia.
Mm.
If I'll turn back to this other banner.
This is actually a drum unit, not a banner unit.
Oh, a drum unit. Okay. If we take care of this batch of red caps now that Gabitha is no more, will they continue to grow, or will this be the last batch?
I do not know. I think they were
Well-
tied to Scabatha. They, at the very least, they listened to her and feared her.
Very
But
well, if we take care of this batch, perhaps you and the soldiers here could resume your previous duties and be on watch just in case any more red caps sprout up, and you will take care of them as they arise. Yes.
we can do that. We can take care of these red caps if that is your order. You I mean,
Certainly, if like to take these soldier units and take care of the red caps on your own, that would be most beneficial to us. We could go on then we must rescue and Harlan's foot, and perhaps we will get lucky and Harold is either still here somewhere or there is more clues as to his whereabouts.
you all have been going through the game of Dragon Chess while having this conversation, and this is a a very close match. It is probably 2 moves away from a draw when you are able to defeat this unit who clearly is playing the game by rote rather than by feel or skill, if that makes sense. It is clearly a far more mechanical play. Um, And as the game concludes, this drum unit stands up, gives you a salute. We will deal with the red caps, and then I will try to. I will try and find you before we leave, or before you leave. I mean, before you leave Loomlarch.
I salute
It-
back. Aim, soldier.
Drum.
And I extend a hand for a handshake. Hey, pleasure to meet you. When you get the opportunity, get out, live life a little bit. Your chess game well.
As you say, banner unit. Soldiers! And it begins to play a very rapid uh, um, beat on his chest, on its drum chest. And the soldiers begin marching in place, their big leather gloved hands, um, kind of comically sized for their little bodies, and they uh, march out the far door. And my rolled 20 is locked on my hand. They march out the far door, and down the hallway. You get a brief glance of a hallway before the door closes again.
Hey, Banner, there's no chance you guys were made by like the same person, right? You just look so similar to that guy, you know?
Oh no, there's absolutely every chance we were by the same empire.
I see.
Not seen one in drum unit? No, not in many years.
Ah, crazy.
Lucky to have
Yes,
you.
it's as to well, lucky to be here.
Should we? And he points up the stairs with his thumbs.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure where the dynamic lighting cuts off. There is also a door
Oh,
here.
yeah, there is. I think I'll
It's a
on
little
that.
way up the stairs.
Yeah, like on a landing.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think I'll just poke my head in there while we're passing by.
As you are approaching the door, you can hear shouting from inside. Um, the door itself is fairly thick oak and sort of muffling a significant amount of the sound. Um, and as the door sort of creeps open, um, oh, I'm on the other layer. That's why that's that way. Um, a a This room is incredibly cluttered with um, bolts of fabric and all kinds of bobbins and spools of various threads. There are knitting needles and pin cushions everywhere. This is somewhat it sort of makes the rest of the scene even weirder as shouting at what is clearly a small um um a small and somewhat round halfling boy and a very fluffy bugbear child who are sitting on the far wall near the door at a workbench, watched over by what looks like a doll, a about 3 or 4 foot doll that is both walking and shouting in a sort of scratchy and shrill voice, "You dunderheads! We can't use those sleeves! They won't serve as socks for a chicken! Start again! Start again!" And cavorting around behind the child in the children in sort of a weird dance, there is a large carpet dancing around the room. The children seem to pay it no mind as they just sort of sigh wearily and begin to undo stitches on whatever it is that they are working on. No
Hey.
one seems to have.
Oh, I
Never
was just
mind.
yelling at the doll.
I was about to say, no one seems to have noticed the door is open. However, the moment you yell, the doll. Um, do I have a handout for this thing? I think I do. That's the
Spell slots
wrong
refresh on a
tab.
level up, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I did not. Thank you.
Yep.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
I do want to blast that thing into oblivion. I don't want to wait.
To both Hemlock and Max. Thank you.
All right. We will go ahead and roll initiative. You all will definitely have a round of surprise as these things are yelling at. Well, the doll is yelling at the two children, unaware that you are around, right up until the moment that it hears "Hey," and then turns around just in time to see all of you with the door open, and it gets blasted in the face. That's everybody. Arlen, we start with you.
All right, Arlen will bound his little way up the stairs and into the room. Do 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 do. I'm gonna roll on my little table, and I'm hoping for something offensive. Spirit tales. Do, do, do. Number 5 is Tale of the Avenger. I'll just give that to myself. So any creature that hits me will take damage.
Okay.
And that's my bonus action and my action. And that's it.
Fort.
Right there. Hmm. Uh, well, oh my god, I didn't expect her to be right there, so I'll just hit her.
Okay. I am pretty sure that that will hit. It will.
Wahoo! Oh, sorry. I don't. I don't think I
You
have
do.
sneak attack.
You do because Arlen is right there, and also this is a surprise round. It was not expecting you to be there. Honestly.
I don't have sneak attack checked. I don't know why it rolled that damage. Is the thing, but
Oh,
it's cool that I do have it.
Yeah. Uh, you run your sword through uh, this what is clearly some sort of porcelain doll. There is a significant um, cracking and chipping sound, but it is still moving. Anything for a bonus action?
I think I will disengage.
Okay.
I think I had what? Did I use 20 feet of movement?
Yep.
Okay, so I will just. Oh, come on, come on, Roll20. Oh, there's a carpet right here.
Mm-hmm.
Can I move past it or no?
Yeah. When you disengage, you can walk past it without taking opportunity attack.
Okay, well, I'm right next to it, so
That works.
that is it for me.
All right. This is a fun sentence. The rug is surprised. Hemlock.
Oh shit, trying to surprise. Uh, I am going to blast this porcelain motherfucker with a level 3 chaos bolt.
Okay.
Does a 15 hit?
It does indeed.
Okay. Uh, cast at level 3. The no necrotic damage there.
Okay.
Oh wait, actually. Oh wait, I don't think I want to gamble on a doll being immune, like possibly being immune to necrotic damage for not being really alive. So I'm not going to turn that into. Um. Yeah. So, God, those dice are bad. That is. What did I roll?
13.
3 and 2. That is fire damage.
Okay.
And that's it.
A large chunk of the doll, including one of its arms, is just shattered away.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. Banner.
Um, yeah, I think I'm just gonna approach and shit out of this doll.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
With no more expression than when it was yelling at the children, the uh, your hand just shatters what remains of this doll, which uh, crumples to the ground, staring up at you with the same blank expression that it has worn for the all of not even 6 seconds that you have seen it.
Fantastic. Um, Now, do I clock this carpet as a threat, or is it just like a dancing carpet? As best I can tell.
It is actually it's had a turn, so it is in what you would describe. This is a funny thing to say about a rug. It is definitely in a position that would look aggressive. It is
All right, fantastic. I will take a step forward and swing at it.
okay.
And
That will
now
hit.
with my bonus action, since I hit it, I would like to hug that rug.
Okay. You have grabbed the fabric of this rug.
Fantastic. That's it for me.
All right, Arlen, you are up.
Okay. I. Do. Man, I do not have very many offensive spells. That's okay. I'm going to move up next to the rug, and I'm gonna give Bardic Inspiration to Banner, and I'm gonna cast. I just like I don't know how much psychic damage is gonna do anything to this thing. We'll find out, I guess. We'll cast a little mind sliver, see if I can find its consciousness and bug him.
It is immune to psychic damage.
That's what I figured. Well, I did what I can do.
Bert,
That's
you
it for
are
me.
up. Great. Yeah, sorry.
Do I? How is Banner within 5 feet of me?
Banner is 10 feet away from you. He is down here.
Okay, then I will steady aim, and I'll hit this rug with my rapier.
Okay. You have advantage on the attack roll. That'll do it. You don't even need to roll advantage.
Oh, hi, Benedict. He is clawing himself up into my lap. He wants attention. There's that.
Yes.
I still don't know why it's showing up because I do not have it checked. So
Well,
that's fun.
it's good that it is because you do get it because you have allies within 5 feet of it.
And you aimed.
Oh yeah, and you
Yeah,
aim.
yeah,
So
yeah.
you
That's
get
what I
the
meant.
attack.
I steady aimed.
So yeah, with a flourish worthy of any sort of masked fencer, you carve your initials into this rug, disrupting the magic that is keeping it animated, and it slumps to the ground.
Haha.
The two children have crawled under the table at which they were previously working and are staring wide-eyed at the lot of you.
Hello.
I sheath my rapier in her, and I'm like hold up my hands. "You're you're safe now, all good." I do a handstand on one hand and hold out my other hand and do jazz hands and wiggle my feet too. Ta-da!
Ooh. And the child live practices of this establishment. Working days are done.
They slowly start to crawl out from under the workbench. The little bugbear crawling out first. Their fur kind of caked with the dust bunnies that had been under the table, right as the halfling boy sneaks around their side. They stand up. The bugbear considerably taller than their companion. What, what, I mean, what are you doing here? Where, Granny Nightshade's gonna be real mad.
Don't have to worry about that.
Yeah,
She's
we took
dead.
care of her.
Yes.
What? What? She's. Where are the others then? The other kids.
We're getting them. We're helping everyone out. work in progress. We're going.
Have y'all seen an extra rabbit's foot laying around anywhere?
A rabbit's foot? I don't think so. Was it in? Did they make it into a toy in the workshop? Might be
I
in the
hope not.
workshop. Oh,
Well, maybe if they had seen it, they'd be a little more lucky by now.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, do you know anybody around here who's like unusually lucky?
I mean, we're a bunch of kids taken by a hag, and we make toys while we get.
Yeah. Not anymore, though.
Guess that's pretty lucky. Okay, well, thanks anyways.
Okay. Uh. Uh. You. I. I. If you want, the bugbear reaches into the smock that they have been wearing that has a couple spools of thread and a couple pins through some of the shoulder straps, and uh looks around conspiratorially and uh, uh gestures for you all to come close. I got this out of the cupboards. I was gonna use it, but you you took care of that pincushion. And they gesture towards the doll uh, that had previously been berating them. You can have this if you want it. It's it was Nightshade's, but I mean I took it because I don't like it. But you can have it, and it is a small leather pouch that is it has a drawstring at the top, which is largely open, and inside is a fine brownish rust-colored dust.
Detect magic.
Oh, thank you.
Uh,
That's so
it
cool.
it is magical, and it is transmutation. Yes, transmutation.
What color was the dust?
Uh, like a brownish, orangish rust color.
Okay. Rust dust. Rusty dust. Transmutation. Okay.
Where should we go? What do we?
Welcome to the
Downstairs.
chamber.
Downstairs there is some friends. We are working on getting everyone out, but it might be good if you were all together just to make things convenient.
Okay, the the dorms are upstairs. There's a couple up there, but
What?
I mean, y- I don't know who is. I don't know where anyone else is. I don't know who's safe.
Uh, well, he uses minor illusion to project an image of Will in dark mist, uh, and which like solidifies into like a colored form and says, "Will should be your escort out, or else us. We should be back downstairs momentarily, making sure we have everyone together, right?" And he looks at everyone else.
Oh, yes, absolutely. We can go double check and do a head count. Meet up.
Yes.
Okay, um, who's that?
Oh, this is Will.
Will. Okay, I don't know Will.
Well, you will. And
You
he
will know
smiles.
Will.
Okay. Do we follow you, or we
Well,
Meet
go
us
down.
downstairs?
Yes, go
Yeah.
downstairs, just in
downstairs?
case there are other nasty things upstairs that we have to explode.
But downstairs is where the soldiers are.
Oh no, they are gone.
You're good.
Uh, both of their eyes continue to just grow until they threaten to take over their whole faces, as they are just shocked at the idea that Nightshade and the Tin Soldiers are no longer a threat. Okay, we'll be in the workshop, right?
Mm,
Okay,
mhm,
okay,
mhm,
okay.
mhm.
Come, okay,
I pull
okay.
some flowers from my sleeve and hand it to them. Come on.
Okay. Uh, come on, Wendell. Let's go. Let's go. And the two of them kind of somewhat confusedly, somewhat shocked, very confusedly make their way down the stairs. Uh, when they reach the door and Null is there, they visibly relax, um, and the 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 five children begin speaking very animatedly to each other, just sort of explaining what's going on and all that.
Upstairs?
That's where they said the dorm rooms?
Correct.
Let's go.
Uh, I do have to drag you to a different area of the map real quick.
Wait. Whoa.
As you proceed up, nope, I have you in the wrong spot. That's outside. Whoop. Whoops. Uh, you come up on a small landing, a pair of double oaken doors with the same metal banding that you've seen everywhere else. Um, at the top of the landing, which is otherwise empty. The doors are not locked, and pushing your way inside, you can see a what is very clearly a very sparse dormitory. There is, other than oh, I didn't remove the doorway for you. Sorry. Other than a series um of wood bed frames with sort of piled straw mattresses and a blanket on each one. There is no furniture here, no chairs, um, no. Oddly enough, for this place, there are no toys. There's nothing to indicate that anything or anyone lives here. The beds are clearly sized for children. And if it were not for the two individuals who are in the room, it would be very hard to tell this from almost a prison cell. Uh, in one of the beds, uh, to the left of the door as you enter, a young dwarf lies tucked under the blankets, coughing and drenched in sweat. Kneeled down beside the bed frame, dipping a rag into a beaten a beaten metal bucket of water and blotting the dwarf's head is a human boy. Doesn't look like he's much older than 10 or 11. Certainly not even a teenager. Um, is very um very delicately and very gently caring for this dwarven child who is very clearly ill. The
Hey.
only other exit from this room is a door directly across the way from you. And this place should be lit, so let me know if you can't see.
I cannot.
Dag, damn it.
I have very limited vision.
Shaboop.
Yeah.
Shaboop. Is that better?
Much better.
Yeah.
Okay. This place does
Where are they?
have. They are in the. I'm on the wrong thing. They are in the very first bed here. The dwarf is in the bed, and the human child who is administering to him is between that bed and the next bed. And he does look up at you as you enter and does not say anything. Just sort of stares at you for a moment and then goes back to mopping sweat off the dwarf's head.
Hey. We're here to get you guys out of here.
I can't leave him. You have to
Oh,
be quiet. He's sick.
we'll bring him. What's wrong?
He can't move. He's too sick. He ate something from the garden, and now he's very ill. Granny Nightshade says I have to stay here. I have to stay here. I have to take care of him until he
Well,
gets better or until he dies.
well, Granny Nightshade's gone, taken care of.
Where'd Granny Nightshade go?
Like he does a little gesture, throat slice gesture. We took care of her. So we're getting all you kids out of here. Yeah, you know?
Okay, I don't believe you. Granny
Uh,
Granny Nightshade? No. I can't. Brudar is too sick to move. I can't move him.
Give just one moment. I'm gonna. I mean, he said he ate something. But can I roll a medicine check to see how severe this is?
Yep.
Perhaps. Damn.
You didn't think too much
Wow.
about it when you were walking through the garden to get oink. But growing among the mushrooms and the herbs was a very common plant. Nightshade. Granny Nightshade's namesake.
Oh.
Depending on how much this dwarf has eaten, you are fairly certain that in a few hours he will lapse into a coma, and if he is not treated before then, he will die.
With herbalism proficiency,
Mhm.
would I have any indication if there is either an herb that will if regurgitation would be necessary to prevent further illness, if we have anything, if there's anything there, uh or if using a healing potion would be as effective.
A healing potion will not help him. This is a
Okay.
poison. He would need something to neutralize the poison. Um,
I do have an herbalism kit, but I don't have an antitoxin.
um, you do know that there are herbal remedies for this. You don't necessarily have the components with you. You didn't. Nothing stood out in the garden, but you also were more preoccupied with Oink than going through Nightshade's garden. So
Mm-hmm.
um,
Uh,
you could go back and check, or if anyone had something else to neutralize a poison, that would obviously.
As I'm like standing up after going through my bag, I'll just say, "Does anyone know how to? Uh, 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 does anyone know how to neutralize a poison? If not, I need to run outside."
Court shakes his head.
What?
Mm, No, I mean, I could do a ritual to learn how to like treat someone, but not one that would let me neutralize a poison. Um, I could make myself really good at medicine, but not in a way that's gonna do anything.
Arlen, why don't you come down with me? You can help me find what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Could we bring Buddha down as well?
Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry, what was that question?
I'm curious about whether it makes sense just to bring the child down there also, so that we're all together.
Oh, okay. Let's not move him. Um,
You and I stay up here with him, huh? Keep him company?
Very well.
and then I will run as fast as my goat legs will take me outside to the garden.
I'll do little tricks for him.
Arlen will follow.
Try to keep him entertained and like ease his child spirits.
The dwarf does not pay any attention to you. He is basically unconscious, not unconscious. Well, yeah, he is unconscious. He's not comatose, but he is um, incapacitated. That's the word I'm trying to get to. He is just too sick to pay attention to you. And
Mm.
Pud, the human, who introduces himself, which is the worst name I've ever seen wizard give an NPC, let alone one who is a child.
Contender for a worst name, Thoob.
Oh yeah,
Thoob.
Thoob.
Thoob. Thoob.
Okay, that's pretty bad. That is pretty bad, but
But it wasn't
um,
a child, so that's a little different.
still pretty good. Still up there, definitely.
Yeah.
Um,
The Icewind group was in the middle of a cult battle, and for some reason, that one character token was like set up to let them see the character's name, and I didn't realize that, and so
oh no.
they got a kick out of it.
Okay. The human boy is I mean he watches and he'll sort of every once in a while just sort of weakly smile, but he is clearly too busy ministering to his compatriot to really be swayed.
Mhm.
Um Hemlock,
Well,
you and oop,
no, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say you
Truly,
go.
I'm done talking. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay. Arlen and Hemlock, you make your way back through the workshop, down the stairs, back through the workshop, and back out into the garden. Um, Arlen, I will assume that you will summon up some light since it's so dark out here.
Yeah, I'll pull out
And
my dancing lights.
as the two of you begin to comb through Nightshade's garden, could the two of you or one of you with advantage make a nature check?
If you'd like to have guidance on that, I will give it to you, and you can roll with
Sure.
advantage.
Sure. Nature check, you said?
Mhm.
Okay. Advantage with a d4. Oh, fuck that. Fuck that.
Ooh.
I'm inspiration.
So 17.
I'm gonna try one more inspiration just to see if I can do better. Okay, okay, okay.
Okay. Um, the two of you begin rooting through the garden patches of Granny Nightshade's garden. The the beds are full of, like I said, a number of herbs and mushrooms and toadstools. And while you are going through the beds, one of the first things you discover is that buried within each of these garden beds, there is the skeletal remains of some sort of humanoid. Each bed has a full intact skeleton
They-
um,
Are
in the
they
garden.
child size? Are they child-sized skeletons?
They are not.
Oh,
These are all
Oh,
adults.
thank God.
oh, thank the fucking Lord. Yeah.
Um, and the mushrooms and toadstools that grow in these beds and grow through these skeletal remains. I'm going to actually pop back up the mushroom and toadstool. No, not that one. Because I need to refer to that. Shaboom. The fourth one over, the Hummingbrella. It it is only by one of the books that you read in Sue's library that you remember that these plants, these mushrooms, which taste very sweet and are designed to attract birds, have the properties of an antitoxin. The others have a variety of magical effects. Some will um, the I think it's the elder cap will make you look very old. The
Mhm.
prickle noggin is prized as hats among a variety of the smaller fae, but it is the hummingbrella that you really need. Um,
I just begin filling my satchel with them and point them out to Arlen and tell him to do the same, and then sprint back upstairs.
you are able to pull 5 of these toadstools out of the garden intact enough to use. Um, I'm sorry, to go with you, to bring with you, and sprinting back up to the dormitory, you mash and or you chop and then mash the mushroom into almost a paste, which you are able to feed to the dwarven boy Broder. Within moments, his breathing begins to ease. Um, there is less and less um, there is less and less sweat on his face, and within about 15 minutes, he is sleeping peacefully in bed. He is certainly still very weak, and he only manages to open his eyes for just a moment. He doesn't say anything before he does drift off into what you know is sleep and not anything worse. Uh, the human boy watches you're ministering to him um, and sees his friend relax and immediately he sits down on the bed next to his friend, just breathes a huge sigh of relief and puts his head into his hands.
Hey, is it all right if my friend here helps your friend, carries him downstairs and you come on over with us. We have some of your other pals down there waiting for you.
Can they just come up? I mean,
Yes, we should bring
still-
everyone upstairs to
That's a good
rest
point.
here.
Yep.
Yes.
I'll jog on down and tell everyone to come on out.
a few moments later, the dormitory here, which previously had been very quiet but for the labored breathing of a dying child, is suddenly full of hushed, if still exuberant laughter as 7 of the 10 beds are playing host to one of the children that you have rescued so far throughout the lair of Loomlarch. Philomena and uh, who you learn, the halfling boy that was with the bugbear in the sewing room, you learn is her brother. They are playing with Oink in one of the far sides of the bed of the dormitory rather, and the the other children are arrayed throughout the room, and every once in a while, their laughter or their giggles or their surprise gets a little loud, and the human boy that you have come to know as Pud will quiet them down, and they immediately quiet and cast worried looks over at their friend, who is sleeping peacefully at this point. The sweat is gone. The heavy breathing is has faded into exhausted snoring instead of um, instead of um, instead of something much worse. And I think there is where we're going to take a break. 15 minutes. Be back at 11:25.
Yahoo!
Okay. Yay! Can you imagine failing that fucking check?
Oh my
Would
god.
have been brutal.
Unacceptable.
I was pouring through the list of like what spells I could learn with my spirit session ability, and unfortunately it is. Hello.
Banner. Court. And Hemlock.
Howdy.
Uh, leaving the sounds of the laughing and happy and sleeping children behind, you
Oh,
return to.
wait, before we go, I want to
Okay.
ask them. I want to ask them who's missing. Like, which kids do we need to look out for?
They describe to you 4 children who are missing.
Or, okay,
Um, you are looking for, and I will put these names into the chat. Yavelda is a young goblin.
hmm
Caliban and Pogo are gnome brother and sister. Unlike Wendell and Philomena, they are not twins. And the last is the aforementioned, so that's caps lock, Mishka, who is a young human girl
in the kitchen.
in the kitchen.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
This time I have thought, oh, because I counted the number of beds, and there are 10 beds, but there are 11 children.
hmm
Yeah.
Well, there's some
The-
of them were small.
I would say the halflings can, the 2 halflings can probably feet to feet, opposite ends, and still not get in each other's way in the middle. So they describe the remaining children. They know Mishka is in the kitchens. She is being punished for trying to escape. The others, the last anyone knew, they were in the mill, which is they the children tell you is in the next tower, um, on the upper level, similar to how the dorm is on the upper level of this one. They all express surprise that the tin soldiers are not something they need to worry about anymore, and obviously immense relief at the fact that Granny Nightshade is gone. Uh, you make your way back down to the first floor. The houses of the soldiers and the drum unit are all the doors are ajar and they are empty. Whatever fighting with these red caps they are doing, it is either still continuing or they have, as Banner suggested, set up a watch around the patch to make sure that no more red caps make their way out. What would you like to do, gang? We pressing on? Actually, I'm going to drag Null's token up into the door. Not sure why, of all the children, he's the only one that got a token.
I think the first thing we should do is find these other kiddos.
Mhm.
So let's head to the kitchen.
Well, upstairs, right? To the mill? Was that
Yeah,
what
I guess
Uh,
we go
Ted
to the
said?
mill because
Other tower, right?
Oh,
yeah, because I mean, Will's supposed to be going in through the kitchen. It might be a good idea to meet back up with him and let him know what's going on. I guess I could send him a message.
That's a
Ted,
good
when
idea.
you
That's a good
said
idea.
next tower, did you mean upstairs or?
Yes. So I can't ping on the Loom Lurch map that I drew. Basically, the tower that you are in, um, is one of three towers which you all were able to see from the outside. These are the three oaks that are growing out of the fallen oak that makes up the majority of Loomlurch. Um, you all are in the first tower where the guards are on the bottom and the dormitories are up top. The next tower, which you know is uh, um, past whatever hallway the tin soldiers march down to get to the patch where the red caps grow. The next, past through that door and passed on, would be the base of the tower, where the children that you have rescued already indicate. The textile mill is the upper level, where the dormitory is the upper level. This tower, the textile mill, is the upper level of the next tower.
Okay.
Past that tower is the kitchens. So you would go through the base of that tower to get to the kitchens. So while you are in the base, you can either go up or you can go, uh, you can continue on towards the other side of Loomlarch, and you will find children at either of those two locations.
Let's head up to the mill, and I'll send a message to Will and let him know because I think he was headed towards the kitchen, and let him know to grab up Mishka and to head to the barracks.
Sounds like a plan.
Hmm.
All right. I'll cast sending. Will, we found a bunch of the kids. They're in the barracks at the first tower. I guess the first tower from this direction. Uh, Mishka in kitchen. Bring them to tower if you have problem. The end.
The message that comes back is somewhat hurried. Uh, had to hide from the soldiers. Mishka's got a chain on her leg. I can't get the lock open. Gonna need your help.
Okay, I will cast sending again. Okay, hang tight. We're gonna get to the mill first, and then we will be there.
I'll try to stay hidden. I don't know what's going on outside, but I think someone's gonna be coming back in soon.
Okay, fellas. Will says that there are soldiers, and Mishka's got a chain on her leg, and they're hiding, and someone's outside and might be coming in soon. It might be important for us to go there first. If she's being punished for something, she might be in more danger than the kids at the mill.
Agreed.
I am not going to use my last 3rd level slot to send another sending spell, but we will head to the kitchen.
It's always oh so tempting because that spell is so much fun. Uh, Passing between two of the painted houses where the tin soldiers are um, kept and dressed and faced,
Oh,
you pass into a narrow hallway. There is a single lantern hanging from the middle, casting a bit of light down the hallway. The light itself is obscured significantly by an immense cloud of moths that are floating around the lantern itself, blocking out much of what would otherwise be bright light. It's not enough to uh, to to really obscure the uh, the doors in this hallway are not the same sort of thick oak and banded metal that you've seen in the rest of Loom Lurch so far. These doors are your thinner kind of pocket sliding door that sort of give the impression of storage or cupboard. There are no locks, and only the door on the far end of the hallway has any sort of handle or latch.
That away?
yes.
All right, let's go.
Passing through the hallways, the moths sort of dart away for just a moment before returning to obscure the lantern. Uh, the the door on the other side is not locked. Um, and you can um, this room is a little different than what you've seen so far in Loom Lurch. Many of the walls in the rest of the area that you have seen have been smooth and very clearly worked. You know, they've been sanded and painted. Here, the walls here are a little more rough, and in fact, a number of what would have been tree roots have grown out of the walls. They didn't really break through. It's just that this room was never doesn't seem to have been truly finished in the first place. There are there are a few there are the stairs to the ceiling or to the mill, which there are the stairs which lead up to the mill, and on the far wall is the door that should lead to the kitchens. There is another door that leads presumably back out to the far edge of the garden, that you know is there but haven't really gone through yet. Despite your haste through, it is impossible to not notice each of these sort of clusters of roots sticking out of the wall holds up a number of portraits. And in your haste, that shouldn't be anything that would catch your attention. But the figures in each portrait are so striking and so eye-catching that you almost can't help yourself but stop for just a moment. Each of these, um, the roots that hold up these portraits have blackened, and a number of thorny protrusions stick out of the roots that hold up these portraits, and there are 5 in total. The first, and the one that is the first one you see. It's on the opposite wall as you come in, and it's the one that sort of stops you as you're running, and almost against your will, it is you can just feel a cold sense of dread creep into your spine at an image of a
Ugh.
truly ancient and terrifying hag. There is something in her face that just chills you to your core. The next portrait, uh, going clockwise, is Scabatha herself. Sands the giant key out of her back. Um, with the eye that you actually have carried, Hemlock, held in one hand, with an empty eye socket, staring somewhat menacingly. It almost feels like she's trying her best to imitate the hag in the first portrait. The third portrait you recognize as Bavlorna Blightstraw, the toadish hag who ruled hither, who was the first hag to fall before you. The fourth portrait depicts a very gaunt, practically skeletal hag in a very, very peculiar dress, which
Oh,
from which dangles a number of marionettes. Um, it is almost as if this gown is its own stage. And in the final portrait, there is a raven-haired human woman.
is her name Dasha?
In fact, this woman's face in the portrait is a perfect match to the statue of Tasha that exists rather, outside the Hall of Illusions at the Witchlight Carnival.
Okay, so three questions. Who's this first hag? And second question, why is there a picture of Tasha here? And third question, why are these roots all blackened and what's this even mean? Or does it mean anything? I guess that's a fourth question.
Is it is a role required to know who/what Tasha is?
I mean, you all certainly know who Tasha is from the standpoint of she is the creator of the infamous spell, Tasha's Uncontrollable Hideous Laughter. As far as other history, if you would like to make a history check,
I would. Just let me crawl out of this toddler bed.
Is he asleep?
I can roll it for you if you don't want to.
No, it's okay. I needed to get up anyway. He just wanted to snuggle.
Oh,
Let's see. Oh, that's cute art of her. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that.
Tasha
I
is
cannot
a
guide myself.
Tasha is a very well-known wizard. In addition to her namesake spell, sorry, I really need some water. She is known to be an expert on many things fiendish, devils and demons. Um, He has written a number of books. Many are very esoteric and very, very rare, but that is her specialty.
I think I read something of hers in my studies, but I can only say that with some of her interdimensional expansive knowledge, perhaps there is something that the hags want of hers or know of hers, or want to know what she knows, perhaps.
they have her picture. Looks
I
like they're
mean,
best buddies.
there's something that all the other four of these pictures have in common, and I mean, how likely do you think it is that Tasha's a hag?
It's not unheard of, but wouldn't be unheard of. It would explain her aptness for the arcane.
These are all. I do believe it's important that we find those answers now. Or
Oh,
more
so
directly,
true,
is it
Banner.
more important than helping?
So true. Let's go.
Unlocking the door to the kitchen. You find yourself in a rather you wouldn't want to eat here is really what it comes down to. This kitchen is not well kept. It is very, very dirty. The largest feature in the middle is it is a huge clay oven. The sort of thing that um, I mean, you could definitely You could definitely. Oh God, what is the freaking story whose name I Hansel and Gretel. Thank you. You could definitely Hansel and Gretel somebody in this thing. It is enormous. The shelves that surround both the oven and line the walls of the kitchen are full of glass jars and um, baskets of mushrooms. A number of cookbooks have clearly been sitting there so long that they have begun to mold. And sitting on top of the oven is a small, probably 2 foot high cast iron cauldron from which a sort of somewhere between orange and brown colored vapor uh, pours out of the cauldron and wafts a very kind of sick, sweet smell throughout the room. Um, at the smallest table on the far side of the room, a a young human girl is sitting there with a knife in hand, a basket of potatoes next to her, and is, despite the activities of your compatriot Will, who is messing with the lock, this human child just sits there boredly peeling potatoes. Every once in a while, after a few seconds, she drops a potato into a basket of other peeled potatoes, looks down at Will and just says, "I told you you're not gonna get it. You're not gonna break it."
We still have a key ring with us, right?
You do, you do. And as you cross the kitchen, um, in response to Mishka's admonishment to Will, a a sort of gruff but still friendly and deep voice calls up through what you see in the far corner is a padlocked grate set into the floor, and a sort of friendly but kind of jokingly serious voice calls up and, "Well, if the boy could break it, can I at least get a potato or something down here? I'm starving."
Oh,
Uh, when he sees you, for his part, Will looks up at you. There, I'm sorry, there's the crate. Uh, Will looks up at you, looks over at the thick metal anklet that has the human that you presume is Mishka chained to this table, and just shrugs. What am I gonna do? I couldn't get it open.
I lift the key ring.
Yeah, don't beat yourself up over it, man. I mean, these things are made to not be opened, so it's but not to worry. I think these keys will probably help us. If not, Banner's real good at smashing stuff.
Both actually.
I will see if any of these keys fit.
Yes, the same key that unlocked the door to this kitchen makes quick work of the padlock that holds the anklet around Mishka's little ankle. She immediately, you know, bends down and just rubs it where it's been on her foot, and then stands up and puffs herself up a little bit. Yeah. Granny Nightshade had to chain me. I got away twice. Who are you?
I'm Hemlock. That is Banner and Court and Arlen. Helping you escape if we can. And it should be said now that Nightshade has been killed, so she will not be catching you a third time.
Oh, that's good.
Yes, isn't it?
Hey, Elkhorn, you hear that? Nightshade's dead. Real great. Can somebody get me out of here, please?
Who's down there? I'm asking Mishka.
His name is Elkhorn. He's a dwarf. He says he's an adventurer, but like, I got away. Some adventurer.
He
Now,
tried to
is that
catch you?
What?
You got away from him?
No, I got away from Nightshade.
Oh. I see.
is that elkhorn as in corn or elk horn? Because it evokes two very different pictures in my mind.
It's not the corn one.
Okay,
Elk horn, like the animal.
that's the better one for sure. I just wanted to check.
I thought it was all one word. Elkhorn.
Yeah. Look, I'd be really happy to go over the origins of my name if you'd just get me out of this hole, please. It's very wet down here.
Wet. Okay. Get this guy out of the wet hole, I guess.
Is there any like lock or key or hinge or anything?
Yeah, there is a grate over the hole that is padlocked. A padlock prevents the grate from opening.
Okay. Well, you got those keys?
Yep. He makes sure the lock's open for Mishka and then passes the keys along.
I'll see if I can find one that'll fit this grate.
One of the three keys opens the grate. It's not the same key that opened the door and Mishka's anklet, but looking down, you can see at the bottom of what is basically a 5-foot deep hole. There is a dwarf along. He has a fairly long, dark beard, but he has clearly seen better days. So while this portrait will make him look like a put together adventurer, he is currently anything but. He is not in his armor. He has no weapons on him. He is down to essentially his small clothes, which are soaking wet and just stained filthy from the water runoff that is in this essentially oubliette that they put him in.
Mr. Horn, do you think you are able to climb up this pit?
I think I can do it. Been down here a while. And he is able to sort of plant hands on opposite. I mean, not fully opposite because that would be impressive, but he is able to make his way out somewhat clumsily, but he
I'll reach
does.
down there and help pull him up.
Which makes the whole process considerably easier. He stretches out and goes over to the large kiln in the center of the room and just leans against it. I thought I was going to die down there. Elkhorn, warrior of Valor's Call, pleased to make your acquaintance. I owe all of you greatly for this.
Yeah, no problem.
Um, not that I'm not appreciative, but who are you and what are you doing in this place?
We're here to save the kids.
Yep. And,
Uh,
and kill hags.
Noble endeavor. What, you just decided to go hunting hags then?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
They took some things from us we would like back.
Huh. Well, I wish I could help you, but I've been down in that hole for some time.
Yeah, that's fine.
How long is some time?
I
I
don't
don't
know if I
think
could say really. I mean,
daylight's not exactly aidful at the best of times, and he's been in a hole.
hmm,
Excellent. Well, we're glad you're out of the hole.
you and me both.
All right, bye. Let's go.
Hey, Will, you said something about like some other folks maybe outside coming back in.
Oh yeah, I mean, I saw the soldiers come through. They went out that door, and he points over on the door on the east wall. And then there was a lot of noise. There was a lot of clanking and a lot of smacking, and and then it's been quiet for a little bit. I didn't want to open the door because I wasn't sure.
I think the good news is that we have already neutralized majority of the soldiers. However, there were 4 that were not present. Took care of this issue, and so perhaps those are some of the soldiers that you've seen. And now that I think about it, perhaps you have seen soldiers that have already been converted to our cause. But just without that foreknowledge, how are you to know? Of course, it would to hide from any of these soldiers you had seen. But I think, and I'll turn to the rest of the party. Before we investigate further, I think it is best that we get Mishka back to safety with the children. Yes.
Yes, but Banner, I'm just to recall, did you ask that the tin soldiers stand down should they see any of the children, or should we be acting under the operation that they should apprehend them should they see them?
Well, my agreement drum unit was the only course of action that soldiers would take was to neutralize any red caps that have grown or will be growing. Outside of that, they are on alert.
All right.
But I do not know if that message can be passed to soldiers not in the room at it.
Yes, we should still operate under the assumption that they will be a problem in our future, possibly. Mishka, are you prepared to go wait with the others?
Yeah. Wait. No, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure the red caps grow through that door out there. If that's what you're worried about. She points the same way that Will pointed. But even Nightshade doesn't really tell him what to do. I mean, she does. She just sends him out into the forest.
Redcaps?
Uh-huh.
That sounds about right. They have been a bit of a menace as far as we've seen them. It's nothing more
Usually
than
best
that.
ends.
Oh, I- you you really got rid of her, huh? Okay. Okay. That's,
Elkhorn,
wow. Yeah.
we have some things that we must find here and keep looking. There seems to also be some children yet accounted for. Um, would you mind waiting in their dormitory with them, uh, just in case, while we continue our exploration?
I never actually put his token. Of course I can do that. That's
I do want to detect thoughts this bastard, just in case.
okay. Uh, the immediate thoughts are the sense of you ask him to take Mishka back up and to watch the children, and the immediate thought is a sense of feeling uh duty bound to do so. That these are children; they need to be protected. Um, he, you can tell that there is something else that he's concerned about, but he keeps just pushing it aside, saying, "No, take care of the
Oh,
children first."
I fucking pry.
All right. Uh, uh, that's what an int save.
uh, we make a contested intelligence check.
Okay.
Oh shit. Okay. I can cast this spell indefinitely, but I will not. I will not. I don't know. Maybe he also rolled a nat one and got an actual one. So
Unfortunately, you are not able to peer into his mind, and he does give you a look because he does, as part of the spell, know that you are prying into his mind, but he does not say anything.
yeah.
He just says, "Look, I came here with me with my friends. We're a group uh, from a different world, if you believe it. Place you don't know where you're
No
from.
Man, I've been to
way.
so many worlds.
He doesn't know where you're from. Come on. Also, he's not a bright light. Is the reality of it. Uh, we came here. We came looking to hunt down the League. We our groups go way back. Hate each other. Those rotten bastards. I'd love to know. I don't suppose you've seen any. I don't suppose you've seen a tall chap, human, calls himself. Oh God! And he rolls his eyes. Calls himself Strongheart, like he's an 8-year-old child. No. Uh. 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 uh, uh there's nice woman penchant for speaking about the Dawn Lord. No, all right. Don't suppose you've seen an old man, long beard, white robes, red mantle, and the image that goes through his mind is of the wizard that you saw when you were prying into Zarek's mind. Not Zarek's companion, but rather the wizard that Zarek's companion Kellic was hunting.
Ugh. The one he was hunting whose name we don't have yet.
Correct.
Yeah.
No, you ain't seen any of them. Right.
Well, actually, well, no, no, we haven't. But the league that you do know. Do you know what do you know? We will talk about this later.
Right. I'll get the little one up to the dorm. Uh, if you find my stuff, let me know. I'm gonna. And he picks up a kitchen knife and a kitchen cleaver. Well, these will have to do until I can find me stuff. You want me to take that one, your friend? And he gestures towards Will.
Will's in charge of the operation. I look at him looking for his permission.
He gives you or not you. He gives Elkhorn a rather like, not impudent, but like a look that basically says, "Fuck you, buddy. Try it." And
Will is
you know,
actually the leader of the current operation, and if anything, do as he says.
wait. I'm to take the boy with me, but also to listen to the boy.
I believe Will is to take you with him,
Mm-hmm.
actually.
Yep.
Sorry,
Right.
just semantics.
Right? No, right. Yeah. Okay. No.
I suggest you figure it out rather quickly, or have to take the kitchen knives away from.
He just starts laughing, like a full on belly laugh. Almost like he like goes to put his hands on his waist while he's laughing, almost forgetting that he's got the knives. And then just right, all right. Well, lad, lead on. Let's get your friend here to the rest of them. I'll make sure to keep them safe.
One
I
quick
swear my
question.
life on it.
One quick question before you all leave. Anyone know what that is? And Banner's pointing at the cauldron on top of this giant oven.
Oh, it's the child Mishka speaks up. Oh, that's just it's for the candy market. We gotta wait for the beetles to come in, and then we just dip them and mold them. It's really sweet. It's candy.
I'm just gonna toss a detect magic at the direction of the cauldron. I fully believe that it's candy, but if it's like, I know we checked
Um,
the other candy earlier, but just in case.
the cauldron does not radiate magic. The kiln does. The oven does. There is an abjuration. There's actually two auras on the kiln. One that is far weaker and far older is a very weak conjuration aura, whereas the far more prominent aura is of abjuration. The other thing that there are two other sources of magic. One of the cupboards radiates some enchantment magic, and the last source is will. Will is under the effects of both transmutation and necromantic magic. The sort of I've described magical signatures before. You recognize on Will the handiwork of Bavlorna, but there's also another signature to the magic. Uh, it's not Skabatha's. This is one you have never seen before.
You said transmutive too?
Transmutation and necromantic. Definitely transmutation. Now I'm second guessing myself on necromantic. 1 second. I'm nearly positive that it is. Yeah, necromancy. I was right the first time. Why do I doubt myself?
Okay. As they're leaving, I'll just call out, Will, 1 moment, please.
Mhm.
Can you come here?
Yeah. What's up?
Are you feeling all right?
Yeah, I feel great. Do you- I mean, Gabbath is dead, and so the plan worked. My plan worked. Yeah. We're gonna get these kids out of here.
Yes. Your plan absolutely worked. I just and he adjusts the lens on his on the bridge of his nose. You just I see that you have something about you, some aura of effect. One of them possibly quite dangerous, and one I have not seen before.
Well, I feel fine. I'm fine.
Did you drink anything weird or eat anything strange?
Um, Not any stranger than normal. I mean, we're in we're in a strange world, right?
Yes. Um, don't necessarily have time for it now, but would you be all right once we got back to Little Oak if I took some time? If there is some curse on you, which there I cannot say there is, but there might be, would you mind if I tried to find it and possibly undo it?
Um, um, I, I, um, I maybe yes. No, I feel fine. I mean, I guess.
If you feel fine, that is good, but I want to ensure that you are fine. And he digs into his pocket and pulls out the seed that he got from the dryad, and hands it to Will and says, um, "A dryad offered this to us so that we may move quickly and unnoticed. And when it comes time for you and the other children to leave, we should be there with you, but just in case."
Okay. And he takes the seed and puts it in one of his pockets, and then takes a deep breath, stands up straight, gestures over at Elkhorn. Come on, Gramps, let's go.
I mean, right quick. Well, like I can't get rid of a curse if it's a curse, but if it's not a curse, I could maybe try to break the magic now.
I only worry that, provided whatever it might be, that might be keeping Whittle the way he is, I don't
Hmm.
want to potentially undo that.
True.
It did
Okay,
not mean to worry
bye.
you. I'm so sorry. Goodbye. There's something weird in here, and he kind of like starts tittering around the oven.
Um, you go you kind of walk the circuit that is the oven, um, and there are a number of runes that are carved into the base of are carved into clay of the oven at the base. And as you get to the door, which is I mean, it is a 5-foot wide iron door on the front of the oven. As you peer in through the glass that would let you see in and watch things that are cooking, you see a pair of coal black eyes looking back at you.
Oh, good lord. I'm gonna point that out to everyone else.
Ugh. Is there a cat in there? What is that?
Come out, whatever you are.
Opening the door to the oven, the flames inside flicker around. It does not leave, but the flames go from what you would expect a burning fire in an oven to look like, into the form of a humanoid creature who just draws itself up and mumbles something in a language that I don't think any of you understand. Um, and it just sort of swirls there, and every once in a while, sort of like looks like it's trying to escape through the open door, but runs into some sort of invisible wall that is keeping it trapped inside this oven.
Um, so detect thoughts with the helm of telepathy.
Yep.
Lets me talk to a thing that I am reading its thoughts of telepathically. I'm just checking to see if we have to share a language. It does not specify. So I'm going to try casting detect thoughts on Flamio here.
Flamio. The immediate surface thought is along the lines of, "You're not Nightshade, let me out."
Okay, I'm going to send it a message and saying, "Where should you go if we should free you?"
The image of Granny Nightshade burning up, trapped inside this fire elemental, is immediately apparent.
Fair enough, fair enough. She is dead. Our concern is outside of here. It is forest and have the potential to cause great destruction.
Um, there is no sense that this elemental has any desire to cause any sort of forest fire. Largely, it just wants to go home.
It's home. Oh, sorry. Never mind. I'm not the one. Sorry.
This thing also has a bone to pick with the late Nightshade, and doesn't seem to be in the mood for mass environmental destruction. Um, but I don't know how to get it
I start kicking the bricks.
out.
This is a very well-made oven that is magically reinforced.
I didn't say it was a smart
Um,
idea. I just said I did it.
I realize. D- so Court, the little your little feet sort of bang against the bricks, but you'll need something stronger, you figure, to actually damage this.
No, Arlen?
Yeah. I'm not fireproof.
No, 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 no. You mentioned undoing an enchantment or something. There's an abjurative force on this oven. Perhaps you could undo it?
I mean, yeah, I can do that. I'm, running kind of low on the spell slots, but uh, all those sendings.
It's
Uh,
nice.
but yeah, I'll cast dispel magic on the trapping magic.
Okay. Um, since
Just at third.
Magic Circle is a third level spell, you do not even need to check. The Magic Circle, which has bound this elemental within the kiln, is dispelled. The runes, as you are kicking the clay bricks of the oven, begin to fade from the base of the kiln where you are kicking, Court.
Hey, it's
And
Powder
working.
court.
I do so.
and within moments, the invisible barrier that this elemental has been running into is gone. Um, the weaker aura of conjuration magic also begins to fade. But the elemental itself is still in the kiln. Oven. I don't know why I keep saying kiln.
So it was conjuration and abjuration magic, right?
Yes. The
Okay.
conjuration got the elemental here, and then the
Mhm.
abjuration obviously bound it within the oven. But I mean, the conjuration magic, once that finished, that's not really it's an instantaneous effect, so it's not um, dispelling. It did not return him to his plane,
Mhm.
but he's not trapped in the oven anymore,
Mhm.
except by the door.
Yeah, I think we can open the oven door.
How awful would it be? We spend the dispel magic to get rid of the abjuration magic, and then just slam the door shut on him.
The door open, the elemental just sort of creeps to the top of the oven, and not really understanding that Nightshade is fully dead. You get the sense he's just sort of perched there waiting for her to come in.
Wait, what? Sorry?
The when you were speaking to the elemental using the telepathy,
Mhm.
you uh he gave you the sense that he wanted to kill Nightshade because presumably she is the one that summoned him to the
Oh, yeah.
oven in the first place, and so he is waiting to attack her, not fully getting the concept that she is dead.
Okay. Yeah, I'll reiterate with him that, like, she's super dead, like, by my hands. Like, she's gone. But that there's a door out here that'll let him go outside and see her corpse.
Uh, he- it begins making its way through the hallways of Loomlurch, true to its true to the sense you got. None of it's not leaving fires behind, or at least not huge ones. The sort of dampness and rotting nature of Loomlurch prevents anything from doing more than any sort of smoldering. Just get that out of there.
Huzzah.
there was the last magical aura out of one of the cabinets, and there are the 2 doors that you have.
And which door did they say that the
The fighting was through here,
Okay.
this door. I don't think anyone has asked or been told what is through that door. And then, of course, there was the door in the wall of the room with the portraits, in, as well as the stairs up to the textile mill, where you have been told the remaining children are working.
I suggest we go and find the other children, and then we can continue looking through Loom Lodge for Arlen's leg.
Yeah, that's a good plan.
Better will start heading out.
Yep. I will need to move you to another landing. Excuse me, grab you all. Just take you over here. Oops, I just put 2 of you on top of each other, and then
That's okay, we're friendly.
Yeah.
Court's little.
Yeah.
Banner, how tall are you?
That's a real good question. 6 feet, I think.
Okay. I figured Banner was tallest, but
6'6".
oh shit.
He's a big boy.
Oh.
Hurrying back into the room with the portraits and up the stairs, you find yourself on a similar landing to the one outside the dormitory. The door here is only a single door instead of a double door. And it swings open fairly easily, with a little bit of a squeak of very rusted and sort of tired hinges. The room inside is dominated mostly by 3 freestanding looms in the middle of the room. A young goblin and a pair of gnomish children, one at each machine, work the machines. The 2 gnomish children are running the shuttle back and forth and weaving something. The goblin is having a very pointed conversation with what looks like an oil can. And everyone, as she's speaking to the as she is speaking to this oil can, she yanks on the loom, and you can tell that where the loom should hinge to, you have to pull the fabric tight or pull the weave tight. I forget what that thing is called, but the mechanics of the
spindle?
loom are no, isn't the spindle the thing that the yarn trails behind? And you run that through the. Regardless, the
It's supposed Snow White, not Snow White. Jesus, it's what Sleeping Beauty pricked her finger on.
Yeah, that has to do with spinning yarn, not weaving.
Oh fuck!
Right. I didn't think I know that. I have a spinning wheel upstairs. Regardless, the point is this
No,
loom is not working.
Ted, you have a spinning wheel?
Yeah, my older sister and my mom. The reason we have all the sheep is they were doing start to finish. Well, the plan was anyway. Start to finish full. Raise the animals, get the wool, spin the wool into yarn, knit the yarn into a scarf. I forget what the actual term for that is, but basically start to finish was going to be a project.
That's so cool. What the hell?
It I mean,
Did it work?
no, not in the slightest.
Oh boy.
I think there was one attempt made to actually use the spinning wheel, which does have yarn on it. Don't get me wrong.
Mhm.
They definitely did attempt to make wool or yarn from the wool, but
Is that a farm to face scarf?
anyway.
Now you got sheep. That's pretty cool. I'll come over with that. I'll figure out the spinning wheel.
As this as the goblin whose name you know is Yvelda is shouting at this oil can uh, because the machine that she is supposed to be using is not working. It is a little bit of a surprise when the oil can answers her. Uh,
Is it at
she
this
is
point?
what?
Is it
Oh,
a
that's
surprise
fair.
at
You
this
know what?
point?
That's fair.
Squirt.
We're we're gonna have to kill this oil can? I don't wanna.
I don't think so.
Oil can what?
Look, kid, I'd love to help you out, but uh, oh, I'd love to help you out, but I'm all out of oil, so unless you're gonna squeeze one of them boggles into me, there's nothing I can do. I'm
Oh
really
my god.
sorry.
Oh my god.
Juice a boggle for oil.
My god.
And knowing what to look for, having seen them in the workshop, sure enough, all of you, if your passive perception is at least
Oh Christ.
an 11,
Oh, I'm
can
so
see
glad.
a group of boggles lurking around the room. When you walk into the room and when the children notice you, Yvelda snatches up the oil can and wraps it up in her arms, a- and kind of retreats behind the loom, but peers out to look at you. And who are you? What what are you doing here? What you you're not Nightshade. Who are you?
Oh no. I'm Hemlock. I and my friends killed Nightshade. We're actually trying to
I
get you
what?
out of here. And he like deliberately eyes the boggles that I fortunately can see with my 11 passive.
Y They are making no attempt to hide, really. I mean, they are lurking in, on shelves and areas that would be directly out of line of sight, but the children keep sort of looking at them, and when Squirt mentioned it, uh, having to squeeze a boggle, um, like he sort of spun as best he could to point his oil spout at one of them. Uh,
Um,
the
I very deliberately, like shortly after I say this, say, and if any should try to stop me from bringing these children out of this room, I shall undo you as quickly as I did your masters. You hear me? Like he like sweats a little and like straightens up.
Gotta see an intimidation check. I have to know.
Yeah, of course, of course. Can you believe I'm not proficient?
Still,
That's
uh,
pretty good.
the boggles do sort of shrink back, like back onto their shelves and onto the crates, and do sort of back away as best they can.
That's what I thought.
Um,
Ivelda, Caliban, and Pogo, y'all come on.
um,
Your friends are waiting.
ok- oh, Nightshade is gone.
Mhm.
What about the guards? There's a couple guards on the balcony, and Caliban, who is at the middle loom, gestures to the door.
Oh, we'll take care of him. Go.
Oh, oh, oh,
Here,
um,
follow this fellow, and I'll pull out my bat.
okay, but we're 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 stuck. And you can see that the two gnomes are both chained to to their respective looms.
Arlen, do you still have the keys?
Oh, I thought I gave them back. No, wait. Oh, here they are. Okay.
He'll run over and unshackle them if he can.
Are those are is that Nightshade's keys?
Yeah, she's dead. She doesn't need them
Okay,
anymore.
six cards. Keep your voice. Oh, okay, we'll go. Yeah. I mean, thank you.
You're welcome. Go.
Out. Guns are out this door.
Yeah. Are you throwing that door open? I'm on the light
I'm
layer.
waiting
I
till
just
the
need to
kids
know
are
if-
out of here.
Johnny the Bat. I forget Johnny's full name. I apologize.
I don't know either. Yeah.
Johnny
He's my
Johnson.
bat friend. That's all I know.
Yeah. Begins to flutter the way back to the dormitory, and the three children follow with it with a last. Hey, could you do me a favor and grab one of those boggles? I could really use that oil from the oil can. Before, wrapped up in Yavelda's arms, they make their way down the stairs and through to the dormitory.
Once they're out, I pop this door open.
Standing on a balcony outside, two of the tin soldiers that you have seen before. Again, these are probably they are not even half your height. They are about 3 feet tall. They immediately turn and, seeing you, put up their hands fisticuff style.
At these
They're
soldiers.
their painted on faces have the same sort of empty, hollow smile that is painted onto any of the other soldiers.
I said, stand down.
They keep their fists up, but make no move through the door or to actually swing.
Is there anything else interesting out on this balcony?
It is just an empty balcony.
I close the door.
Okay, I'm not drawing that line.
Yeah, that's fine. Emlock? Do you still have Gabetha's keys?
Arlen? But yes.
Might I see those for a moment?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll try and lock the door.
You are able to, with a little bit of effort, you are considerably stronger than even one of these soldiers. You are able to close and lock the door. They begin pounding on it, and it would take some time for them to get through the thick oak of this door.
Once we are done, we would out. But don't need.
Alrighty. The Boggles make no attempt to stop you from returning down the stairs to the base of the tower, where the familiar portraits of the various hags and Tasha look down at you. They have actually shifted position since you were here the first time, where, for instance, Skabatha was attempting to mirror the position of the terrifying hag in the main portrait. Now she is sort of giving the cold shoulder to that individual and staring over daggers at the raven-haired woman. The elder and terrifying hag is now calmly puffing on a very peculiar pipe. None of the portraits essentially are in the same. I mean, they're all in the same location, but none of the individuals are in the same physical position.
Eh.
Maybe just
Whatever. Ping to get you back on your token.
Thank you. Should we continue on? Look for the rabbit's foot.
Yeah, that's all the kids.
I kind of had a plan for a way to maybe find it. It would take a little bit of time, but if one of y'all or some of y'all wanted to help me do a little uh ritual, um I mean, we could kind of like, uh I was just thinking because there were those bodies under the garden, and perhaps like their spirits are around here somewhere, and they might be able to help show us around a little bit. Um, what do you think?
Yes, yes, absolutely. What do you need?
happy to have.
Um, well, I mean, it's gonna take about an hour.
Do we have that time? Is Will waiting for us?
Well, all the children are there. We could give them a couple more seeds if we need to, and Will could lead them back to Little Oak.
Yeah, I mean, we can go and talk to them first.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, let's get them to conduct the proper search of the prem.
Okay. Heading back through the hallway with the sliding doors. Is this all the way out here? You can get back to the tower, which leads up to the dormitory. Elkhorn is true to his word, standing by the doors with um, the makeshift weapons that he had in his hands. He is on guard when you make your way up the stairs, and seeing it's you, he relaxes a little bit. Uh, well, you found the other three then. The little thing brought him here. I'm assuming that was yours.
Oh, yes. And the bat flutters over to me and crawls under my coat.
I know it's a bit of an awkward start we got, but I do want to say that that's amazing, very good work you've all done.
Aw,
We
thanks.
it's even across the worlds, it's hard to find folks like yourselves who will go out and do the right thing because it is the right thing. Uh, if there's anything that I can do, or anything that anyone at Valor's Call can do, I don't have much to help you now, but I'll do anything I can. Meantime, I think those little ones are excited to hear from you. And he steps aside and pulls the door.
Oh, go right on in.
The children inside are, if they were happy before, that they are all together has improved the mood of this room even further. The dwarven boy is still asleep. Brotor is still sleeping soundly in the bed right next to the door. But the rest of the children, other than Pud, who remains seated on the bed next to him, keeping an eye on him, have all moved as far as they can from him, just to make sure they don't disturb him. And when you all enter the room, they immediately scamper across the beds and stand in front of you. Will is leaning against the wall directly opposite the door, the doors that you all have walked through. All right, so, uh, 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 well, my plan worked. So we got everybody here. Now, we just got to get him back to Little Oak. He shouldn't be too far. If we go out, um, I guess we could go out through the workshop or up the other hallway. I mean, he's closer to the kitchens, but I don't think there's a door out on the last tower. It would be in the middle one, just before the kitchen. I was going to go through the tower with those really, really creepy portraits.
If that is where Little Oak should be closest, then that is probably the best way.
Yeah, you're the genius of operation here. Don't ask us.
Okay. Are you still looking for stuff, or are you going to come with us?
We're still poking around.
Uh, the goblin Yvelda pipes up. What you still looking for? We've been all over this place. Maybe we can help.
What?
It looks like this one, but kind of the opposite.
Is there
Okay,
a mirror around here?
um, I, if there is, it's probably in Nightshade's room. I know a secret way, but I mean, you gotta get past the soldiers that were outside the door.
Which
I mean,
room?
Nightshade, Nightshade's own room. I mean, if there's gonna be a mirror, I haven't seen one in the workshop, and we don't have one here.
A mirror.
Didn't somebody ask about a mirror? Did I,
Oh,
Ted, mishear?
no, I asked about the
Uh,
mirror, but really I was
Okay.
just saying we needed one so that if we put it next to Arlen's leg that you could see, you would be able to see the leg that we are looking for.
Oh. There's a look of dawning realization, and totally not Ted just missing that joke.
But yes, I mean, I am looking for my friend Arab, who's a gnome. He is about EA big. We have very good reason to that yeah, that actually, at the very least, spoke with him. I do not know if he is still here, but perhaps there are clues that would be available that we could find. And in Nightshade's private quarters seems like a as good a place to look for these clues and Alan's foot. Hemlock, are we actually looking for something for you specifically?
Um,
Yeah.
well, I don't, not really. I don't think so.
Hmm.
Um, why don't you? And he waves for uh the kid to come a little bit closer. Show us where it is. And he manifests a minor illusion in the pages of his tome that looks exactly like Will's map. Um, and asks her to point out where the secret passage is.
Oh, it, it's not really a secret passage so much as you go up. If you're upstairs and you go out onto that landing, there's a tree branch that you can reach from the landing, and you can kind of shimmy along the tree until you get to the balcony that's that's outside Nightshade's room. That way you don't have to go through a study. We're not allowed in a study at all, ever. It's just past the kitchens. We're not supposed to go in there. Never, ever, ever, ever. We get in a lot of trouble. Uh, but
You
if
don't know what's in there, do you?
no, I've never been in. Um, Books, I guess. Nice. Unless you,
Perhaps, perhaps going that way, we might find something else that might help us against her sister.
Yes, it's like everything. Exactly where we should.
um, Mishka uh, pipes up when you are describing Harold, and um, you you're talking about the little guy, green jacket, right? Like
I, yes,
red.
yes, I saw him.
Yeah, he was here a while ago. It was right after I tried to escape the first time. Um, Nightshade kept her eye on me, made me work in the kitchens and serve all the guests. He was here. It was a little while ago, but he was here. They talked in the in the parlor where she always meets guests. I don't know what he said, but it made it made Nightshade real mad. I mean, I think there were like 7, maybe even 8 new red caps that day. But whatever it was, he got what he wanted, and she sent she made me write a note that she sent to her sister, saying that he was coming. He was real nice.
Absolutely. That is wonderful news that you have. We know now that at least and past time in parlor with his life intact. Gone on to step. Hope that skill and continue hold on. He's strong enough to catch up with him. Thank you, Mishka.
Eh, Thank you. You got us out of here. You got rid of Nightshade. Um, Unless there is anything else you want to ask the children, they will head down the stairs, uh, back onto the landing where the numerous little painted houses are. You walk down the narrow hallway with the moths have a few of them have gone up in the lantern light, but they still are. There's still certainly more than enough of them to cast shadows. The children try to sort of wave them off, but I mean, that lantern is 9 feet in the air, and they're not that tall. Back into the room with the portraits, which once again have changed their position to um, to have changed their position within their portraits. Skabatha is peering at, I mean, just staring daggers at the door through which you all come, and the children can feel that intensity almost immediately, and they all they all huddle together a little bit as they make their way through the portrait gallery, single file.
You say the portrait that we know as Tabitha or
Skabatha.
is Skabatha is staring daggers at these kids.
Yep.
Oh.
I am going to attempt to turn the portrait around
Okay.
so that the painted side is facing the wall.
Make a dexterity saving throw for me. You reach for the portrait, and as you do, your hand you have to reach through the thick nest of thorns that are holding each of these portraits to the wall. And as you do, one of the thorns, it is strange to say, given that you are a metal creation, pierces one of your fingers.
Hmm.
There is no blood, there is no pain, there's no I mean there's no damage. It's annoying, but the moment it does, the pictures fade. And in the picture that you are holding, that currently has Skabatha, you yourself appear. It is perhaps a far younger version of yourself. Much like your trip through the Hall of Illusions, the green patina has faded, the red carnival barker's jacket has been replaced by a uniform that has seen or rather a uniform that has not been seen on the land of Faerun in some time. The portrait of the terrifying hag with the pipe turns into a portrait of a very sun-tanned human in very loose-fitting and lightweight, but stunningly well-made clothes. This is a person who absolutely exudes both power and nobility and responsibility. The pictures of Bavlorna and of it's of Endelyn, that's the name I'm
Endelyn?
missing. Both of those, and actually the last portrait of Tasha, all of those portraits fade and are empty. No one appears in them. Hemlock, your Eldritch Blast strikes the area around the painting. There is clearly some sort of abjurative magic protecting all of these.
Okay. We just try to get these kids through as quick as possible.
as you turn the portrait, Banner, and as the image of the other terrifying hags fades, the children immediately relax and are able to grab. You are able to use one of the keys to get the door open. Uh, Outside, you find yourself in the far edge of the garden. You can see as you look a bit around that you are on the far edge of the garden, past the pumpkin patch, past the scarecrows that you were able to see when you were out to get Oink, who is currently wrapped up in little Philomena's arms. The thing that stands out is a rocking horse moving back and forth with no rider near the door. It is clearly carved, not carved. It is clearly old, as much of the paint has begun to peel from the body of this rocking horse, and a body which is covered in moss and lichen. This rocking horse is clearly very old. I actually have a thing. The expression on the face of this thing is its lips are pulled back and its teeth show, and another one of the familiar now large Jack in the Boxes with the crank on one side and the pictures of the children playing carved into the four sides rests next to this rocking horse, which again rocks back and forth with a creaking noise despite there being no rider seated on it, and it does not slow. It maintains its pace. As the children file out and Elkhorn is at the front of the line, he passes near to the horse, which turns its wooden head to snap at him.
Mm.
Uh, it uh, it does not hit. It does not draw blood, and he just sort of shrugs it off and then begins to lead the children out the door and sort of along the tree trunk away from it. And as the last of the children makes it out past Will, who is bringing up the end of the line, he turns to wave at you all. Just, we'll be waiting at Little Oak. Don't take too long, okay? Thank you, all of you, for helping me with my plan.
Should hurry.
Okay, well, I could show you this handout, but that would sort of. Are you? You're not following the kids to Little Oak now, is that correct?
Yeah, we gotta find
Yeah,
our boy's
that's what I
leg.
thought. That's
Yeah.
what I thought.
I think we're actually taking a short rest for a séance is what we're doing.
Well, I mean, we got told where the room is. I mean, we don't really need to do that now.
Okay.
There is not much left to this place. We can wrap up here if you'd like. It is late. It is 1 a.m. our time. This is usually our wrap up time. If you'd like to push through the last bit of Loom Lurch, we can do that as well. Why don't we wrap here? Because we still got to do the conversation with Little Oak or at Little Oak and all that. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot.
yeah,
Just wanted to get end you with a win.
That's okay. That's
I am
fine.
happy to push through the last bit of Loom Lurch, and we can pick up at Little Oak next time if people are still good to go.
No, I'm a little too sleepy for that, I think.
Okay. I just, your leg is so close. All right. Well, I don't have to kick Craig because I already kicked Craig out of the whole server. So
That's fine.